Well, hello there. Let's get everything squared away here real quick, and then we'll jump in to what we are going to do for the next couple hours here. That's good. We gotta start with fixing tests, if I'm not mistaken. Are you good? Tell me. Tell me of how things are going here, Mr. YouTube. You seem to be okay. Excellent. All righty then. We'll get some of that going. Alright. Fix the RSDL marshalling tests up as below. Let's run them really quick so that we know where in the world we are. Oh, I timed that poorly. This coffee's almost gone. Okay. So our connections were wrong and we fixed them. These might be a little different. Okay, that's okay. Let's go figure out no tiles. We expected a coordinate, but we got a list. That's correct because we're temporarily doing the broken. So this is this one. This needs to be oop. That needs to be this for now until we change that. Let's see, where else we got the 731? Ah, right, the origin. And if I spell it correctly, it'll work better. What else we got? No tiles works now. Empty tiles is going to have similar trubs. That, and then just that because you have no... Well, no, your connections. Yeah, just that because you don't have a tile. Which isn't really a super valid state, but we're going to just make sure we handle mangled stuff correctly. Missing something still, though. 816. Oh, destination. That makes sense. Why didn't I... Why didn't I have that problem up here? Did I forget... Connections... Origin not that one. No tiles. Oh, because... Oh, these are the same. Okay, yeah. These are the same tests, basically, but one is null, the other is just an empty list. Okie dokie. No connections. So we don't correctly, right, meow, handle. Connections ended up being null. Why did I do this? Result tile connections. But you have connections. You have connection IDs. What was I testing here? Because you do have... Ah. We used to... Connection IDs. Target connection IDs. We go through there. And when we decode this... What is our expected behavior now? This should still be connections. When we... Because we pass it through the encoder, it drops it because there's no... It doesn't get built. Right? So to JSON. Is that the correct behavior? Because we go on connections, not on connection ID. Wait. Map model. To JSON. Connections is not null. But it is null. Because in our test map here, we gave you null. So yeah, we don't have any connections. Why did we before? Because we marshaled the room. Because this is going through the tiles. We used to marshal it into the room. Right? but this is looking on the tiles connection. What am I overlooking here? 2JSON. This Marshall's connections is going to be empty here. Connection IDs is populated. Am I going to shoot myself in the foot if I do this? Because when we unmarshal here, so it's the map controller that handles this behavior where we convert the room's connection IDs into connections and then modify connections and then write them back out. So either I have to decide to be okay with that, which is probably fine, or I have to be smarter about how I built this. Because as it's written now, it's omitting, it's cleaning these up. Because we haven't actually loaded them, and that wouldn't load anything anyway, it would throw errors. And I probably prefer, in the case where, like, this is mimicking a broken file, right? I would probably prefer that these get stripped out. But when we have a valid, we had to mock in that part. So this gets kind of messy. Because that's really something that map controller drives and should test. But we are testing marshalling the map here. Let's update this. Loading the map will result connection IDs being associated with the connection objects specified in the file. Mock that conversion here. Mock that conversion here. Verify marshalling works correctly. I should also specify the file and moved to connections. And then let me throw myself a note down here, because I think I'm okay. I think this should be okay, and if not, we'll go fix it when it bites us. And I'm gonna chuck it in both places just for future me. In the case that there are no valid connections, they should be omitted. And it's not really conversion in this case, it's behavior. Well, not really here, but we don't really gain anything from mocking this here. Because we're missing that piece, right? Like, it just gets ignored. So unmarshalling and just directly remarshalling would be broken. I'm worried that I'm going to shoot myself in the foot with this. I hope it's going to be okay. If not, it'll just have to get fixed. So we can just go ahead and delete this. I'm not sure there's any case where unmarshalling and remarshalling immediately would become relevant. Okay. And then this. So this is null connection. So basically the same exact thing. Needs to go in here. Oop, one too many. Okay. And then we delete the same thing here. Because one test null, one test an empty list. Just making sure we don't have a regression. Okay. Are we let's not do that. Let's do this. Let's run the test here, the full set. Room model test is broken. Room number, room model test rather. What do we got going on here? Let's actually What did we change here? We changed the map controller and map model test. Map controller. Oh yeah, we were gonna think about this. Let's do this. Fix map test new encoding method. Yeah, we'll just leave that. Let's fix this guy really quick first, and then we'll circle back to this. Because it shouldn't change anything in the testing to do this. Anywho, let's see. We had room model test, Marshall tile the JSON. We need to same deal here to where this is not where are you showing a failure still? Just a visual thing. I need to fix the I'm gonna try clearing the cache as soon as we fix this test. Because it's so much stuff is just wonky. This will have exactly our note that we want to leave ourselves. So we replace you. Well, you're already connections. We just didn't set it. Because this code occurrences, test connections, instead of UUID values, it's connection data. Oop. Connection data. And then we do connection data. The ID is going to be that. Same deal here. Like so. Test connections, value ID. Test connections. Did I call it something different? No, it's just ID. It is UUID. Why is it... Hang on a second. Ah. Because, right, yes. Because if you give me a null one, I create one. So it has an ID parameter, but a UUID property. Well, that being the case, this shouldn't be nullable. But it's nullable for this reason. Is it because this isn't a yeah, it's because this isn't a constant. That's why I had to do that. I'm going to leave it for now. I don't know that I love it, but I'm going to leave it for now. Okay. That should fix this. No, wait. It won't because I forgot to do that. Now it should fix it. There we go. Whoop. We need that. So it just stages the test. Fix broken model test. Needs mock connection transformation. We'll push those two up. That's fine and dandy. Meow. That needs to be fixed. That's fine. That's a future me problem. Let's take a look at this. So we could skip doing this and instead say, we need to do, we need to do that to work with it. We add this tile and then go through the connections and we say the same thing but based on our room tiles. We would end up omitting this really doesn't bear a switch statement anymore if we're going to simplify it this far. And simplification I do like. We just need to instead say ij is room data. We don't need that. We just do this. I did need that. And then we need to close that. Like we still have to go through the whole map, but we're basing our connections on the rooms. We don't have to check if they're valid, in theory. Because they won't get added to um, the rooms unless they are, right? The placeholders don't get added as far as I remember. So we should be able to see that down here. Empty, empty, all that good stuff. If I hit save, it'll reorder this, but we shouldn't see ba, ba, ba. So origin is 0, 0. That's fine. Destination is not. So those are the only three. It will reorder our file again, which is fine. Reorders the connections. But it shouldn't change them again after this, right? 0011, 0001. It should clock around in the same way, I believe. That would allow us to omit this check. And less code is good. I like less code. Let's just make sure that doesn't break anything, which it shouldn't. And it doesn't. Okay. Let's do it. Simplify the save function. Remove the validity check and from connection tile base, right? Connection data, yeah. Well, connection data. Connection data model. Instead, only save / partial. Connections are written to the rooms. Rooms are the real tile. Connection tiles exist for UI versus only. This should be more reliably truthy. This should more reliably represent true state. Map being saved. I hope. We're gonna just YOLO it. It's less code, it's less operations. We already did all the hard work of updating everything and keeping that all in place, right? So we might as well take advantage of it. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay. What are we going to get into next? We have some to-dos in here, I'm certain. Let's close that for now. Let's tidy this up for a quick second. We shouldn't need that. We shouldn't need these for now. We don't have any to-dos in here. Cool. We don't have any to-dos in there. Create a new map and save it. Did we do that? Close you. New map. Yes. We did that. We're to done. And I just closed that and I shouldn't have. That's okay. We're going to want to... I need to change this up. Hang on. There we go. We're going to need to warn you if you have unsaved changes. But we apply it and you try to... We do that already. Okay. On both of them. Awesome. I'm ahead of where I thought I was. The other thing... We don't warn you if you try to navigate away. How much of a pain would that be? Could we do that on... Because the button here isn't going to have access to the map state. You live in Maine, right? No? Landing page. My theming. Where did I put... Target page. On-click target screen. Available pages, is that okay? Yes. Why didn't I just call you home? I don't know. We'll fix that. Let's go break things. Because... Right. I put you in... Yeah. It's not what I said. Oh. Helps if I rename the right thing. So we'll fix that, and then we will go... do that. That should theoretically fix things, except for that, which actually might not be pulling from there. It is, okay. Just needed to be reloaded. Okay, so. The. We'll rename that. Where is my other? Available pages is this. Yeah, I don't have access to any state up here. I would have to either lift map state up to save it or do something else. And I don't really want to lift it. I don't want it hanging around. We could lift... Hey, Terrace, how's it going? We could lift a, just like a bool. And then use provider to let the child pages say, because we'll have the same problem. We probably do have the same problem in, like, status effects, right? If I have unsafe changes and I leave, like, they're going to go away, right? We actually don't even prompt you there. Maybe we'll leave it and see if it becomes an issue. Well, map is a little different than these guys, though. Map is more bigger. Like, the amount of work involved in building a map and then forgetting to save it could be pretty awful. Let's... I mean, we could give it just a little bool state. That wouldn't be terrible. Yeah, let's do it. Pull that over so I have things to refer to. So it would go into the main level here. The main file, rather. I guess it would need to be here. Because, like, here we just wrapped the build. editor screen, but why are you stateful? Ah, because of display page, right. Because we're doing that instead of like Navigator or other weird stuff, right? And we could wrap main window in the state. Could also wrap the whole. In fact, I think we gotta wrap the whole app. Maybe? No. Nah, just main window. Yeah, okay. So we do the same thing that we did here. It just extends change notifier. We can put you. Um, except for that can't be final. We just need to do that. We don't need any parameters for you. We just need to give you a and then notify listeners. We do this in the same way as this. You probably can't be constant. It doesn't really matters. Or we wrap you around here. And then this is just the app state. Oh, providing needs to be imported, that's true. Throw in another closing paren there. You gotta remember how to set up provider. Okay, so then when we go to do our, that's that. Our set page, though, that's going to be problematic. I think this does have to come up. Because if we specify it up here, then down here we can get it in as part of our build and say, but I also need to this is where I get into trouble with, if I put it into init, it's going to throw me errors, I'm pretty sure. That, and then in here, will I have access to you? I think so. We do that. But we also need to get our dialogue pop-up. Let's just do, let's see, we did that in map pane because it's a funky thing you gotta do. Show dialogue. Label, yeah, basically this whole thing here. How do I want to do this? Because it'll get a little bit messy. We'll still have this. Label. Display page is a widget. We don't have, we'll just do unsafe changes. Except we need some kind of a label, because that's not going to work. Leave that there for now. On confirm, we do that. So all of this if there are unsafe changes, we do this. Otherwise, nothing will happen. And we just call set state empty like. In theory. Got one too many of them now. So that should still work. Nothing is setting it yet. That didn't work. Let me just make sure. We have all the bits and pieces. Oh, but we didn't... Right. We didn't handle the other case. It doesn't fall through. Otherwise, we skip it and just set it. That's fine. That's what we do. So everything's still worky work. Okay. Meow. In here. Can I put a state inside of a state? Not you. You. We could get... We could take a function here. And say, something like that. Why can't I have final? Because I didn't do that right. And then in here, when we... When we do this... Pardon me. Map change will be that. And then I call you if you're not null with that. Guess I can't do that. I don't know why I can't just question mark that, but that's fine. Whatever. We'll go with that. And then we just need to go figure out where we have done this. We got that. Oh wait, that's going to be over here. Wait, we already have a... We already did this. Oh, I saved myself so much work. Excellent. There, we just wire that in there, like so. Let's see here. You don't have that now, so we need to app state, context, watch, app state. Like so. You need to get imported, and then you on save notifier. I can't do that. I have to do this. This. Correct syntax will help. Okay, so in theory, meow, if I go and I make a change, I apply it, I now have unsaved changes, and I try to go away. On a cancel, I don't. But on an okay, I don't either. Why that? On confirm, display page, target page, screen. Oh, it just, I forgot to... No, I set state. Why didn't you... Yeah, you need that. The other thing I need to do here is if I've updated this screen, I need to clear that. Why would that be? Was it just a hot reload issue? Probably not, but yeah, it doesn't. On confirm. Oh, you know what I think? Trying to remember. Let me think here. This can't be here. It would have to be both places. There should also be... Now, I put you in here. You just pop if you're okay. Otherwise... Cancel, nothing happens. Okay. Well, no, this happens no matter what. I've confused myself. Let's debug. Must be confused about what's going on here. Map editor. Yes, you go through there correctly. Thank you. Do this. Blah, blah, blah. Apply. Close. Click OK. You never stop me. Oh, duh, because I did the wrong place. Apply. You. Okay, so. Oh, no. Because this is the cancel case. Okay. Hang on. I'm all wrapped up here. Hang on one second. I'm going to make sure that I mute that. Don't need that going off. Ba, 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 ba. And that should be plugged in before it goes dead. Now, charge and be quiet. Okay, so... we don't set state if we don't change anything. On a confirm, we do this. Yeah, we're just going to have duplication here. It's fine. And then also that. Otherwise, basically this same block. Except we don't need to set that. Otherwise it falls through. So let's start with correcting that behavior. Meow. Do that. Do this. Do that. Cancel. Try it again. I should still get it. Okay, that's correct now. And now it fixes that too. I don't know why it wasn't falling through before, though. Well, it works now, so I'm just going to go with it. Now let's figure out what we want to do about a label. Display page is a widget. We could say editor. So if I was to do that, why? Unsaved editor changes. We could also say we could make this a little better, a little smarter. Here, if it's not empty, then our title is otherwise it's that. And then otherwise it is we could also just go like that. That way, if you don't give me Yeah, let's go with that. So that... Oh, label would still be required. Now it's not. Oop, that's not the right place. This one is the right place. That would be a little tidier. And now... Oop, that didn't change again. What happened there? Did I click the wrong... Am I going crazy? Did I click the wrong thing? Let's just rebuild. Start over there on this page. Okay, back to map editor. We'll make a change. We apply. We try to go away. We say, yeah, sure. Okay. I apply. If I cancel and then change my mind, well, it still works. Okay. I must be either losing my mind or it was just some kind of a visual glitch. We'll keep an eye on it. Okay. Double check. Support an app wide. Unsaved changes. Warning. When switching pages. Zoom this new state in map. The other guys, I gotta decide if I care or not. We'll see if it becomes an issue in the future. I don't think, because they're so much smaller, like, eh. I guess I could, because in theory, like if we go to status effects here, we could also put our configs in there, maybe? No, I don't think I want to do that. We'll do that a different way. It's going to be in the child object here, which is fine because we have provider. We need to go in selected effect, status effect, edit this guy. Whenever we change So again, we'll want to here probably you can be late. You get imported in our build. Like so. You get imported. We'll give ourselves we'll do that. And then we'll say it's already filled in for me, wasn't it? There we go. We could do that. And then whenever we, like here, we do that instead. We have to do that anytime we do this stuff. And let's actually oop, that's not what I want. I want that. No. We're going to do that. That goes to false. Same there. You default, that's fine. Do that. It's already done. Hello to you as well. And we can still switch on it, that's fine. So now we only read it. We don't write it directly. Okay. So that should give us and I try to go away. Unsave changes. If I cancel, it stay. If I go okay, then I go back. Except set starter marketing build called when widget tree was locked. Was that a problem here as well that I just overlooked? Let me clear this to make sure we see anything new. Apply. Nothing happened there. We just double check. Blah, blah, blah. Apply. Cancel. All right. No. Okay. It's only an issue here. Listening to value when the exception is thrown. Called when widget tree was locked. Why would that be? Why would the widget tree be locked? Framework is locked. Area provider scope, app state. It's I bet you it's just not done updating. Because that's going to fire a change notifier. But this doesn't listen. Well, it listens, but it doesn't read from it. This needs to be done. There's a I mean, look at my docs. There's like a write-only version. It's like a no listen or it's a different way to create you. Posing a value. Callback is called lazily. Context read. Returns without listening to it. I could do that. The other thing I do is just use that to drive this bool entirely. But I don't really care about it, I don't think. That's still airing, but let me double check and make sure that's not old. So if I go in here, wah wah wah, and I go back, and I go, okay. Huh. I think I would have to drive it off of this. I'm gonna get rid of that entirely. And instead, yes, I know you're broken. If I was to do this, let me just copy you. Not sure I love this idea. I bet you it's displaying an issue in displaying that guy. That's probably the issue. The thing that's trying to update when it's locked. No? Oh. I wonder. I wonder. That's in the apply. That should be okay. I don't think I love this, the way this is shaping up, because it seems so silly to rely on that for our internal stuff. But I'm curious now if I understand what the issue is correctly or not. Wrap you all to where when you get changed, you don't have to automatically. We already check you there. Check you there. Check you there. You are in my reset. That's fine. That's the on save. That should be fine. Okay. Wondering if it was just trying to rewrite it every time we made a change and therefore not happy. No, it's still there. Interesting. Is your editor server also in Dart? Don't know what you mean by editor server. Like the game server? Game server's in Go. We're gonna roll these changes back. Cause I'm not happy with relying on that to anyway in the first place, but also I don't understand why this is rebuilding when it's locked. Could be that because they're all form fields and they're getting changed under the hood. But we'll just roll that back. We probably need to restart that. It gets unhappy if I move its files under it via Git. Bop, bop, bop. And it just discards them. That's fine. The server from where editor reads data. There's no server that it reads. It reads it from the file system. Bum, 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 bum. You run the editor on the server. And then you just read the files. Let's see here. Why don't you have this issue in the map? It could be the multiple different fields are sending multiple different updates. That could be a thing. Last video had some API that pulls data. The model stuff here? I think we were mostly in the models, right? Models and controllers? One second. I need a beverage. Move that. That's empty and dead and gone. Let me be around. There we go. Ah, my camera's blurry. Ah, and Twitch fell off. What's going on? Is YouTube still alive? Oh no, I'm back. Okay. Let's fix the camera, and then we'll get to your question. 1 second here. I walk away for 2 seconds and you forget about me, camera. I see how it is. There. Sort yourself out. Rooms and map. No. Rooms and map, read from a file. So the map model. Ba 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 ba. Map. Data model. Data controller. We have a controller. We pull you from the file. You get put into map file data. We have an unmarshal here. Nope, I'm sorry. This is the file data, not the actual. It works the same way though. Map model and map controller. So we have a class that represents what the file looks like. We have from JSON up here. So we look at the keys, we build the things, all of that, right? We extract it from the file. That's what this is. The controller in, we have a load map in here. New map, load map. It's actually, yeah, it's here. So we grab it from the file. We unmarshal it from JSON. And then we have a map data class, right? And then we can inflate that, build it up as a data structure, do things, all of that. And then we write back to the file. It just lives on disk. If we go look, and this is one of those things I need to go fix. In the server here, in config, we have maps and the test map lives in there. The real map, which looks pretty much the same, right? Meow. Currently just lives here. We need to go change that in the server. But it will end up reaching into here. So they'll both read from the same file. Status effects, skills, and attributes, same deal. So the editor basically is going to need to know where the server lives, what its directory is, and it'll look into the config folder and pull the things out of it. It's intended to be a local tool. I guess it wouldn't matter Like, as long as it can find the files it needs, you could like have them locally, modify them, and then rsync them up or whatever to the server. If we're thinking like headless, that would probably be the recommended way. I don't see a good reason not to do it that way. Otherwise, you'd have to pull them down. Yeah, future me problems. We'll see how it goes to work with it. I guess there is a pretty solid use case for running the server headless. Editor is not tied to server, right? Yeah. The not in the like programmatic sense, right? They're very tightly coupled conceptually because they have to read and write the same files, but as a program for operation, they're not tied together. Oh yes. Okay, so how do I want to do this in a way that doesn't break Flutter? I wonder if yeah, I know you fell off the internet briefly. Restream was telling me I giving me a summary. For 2 seconds of interruption. I bet it's because when we change things here, we set the unsaved changes. So and I bet because we tried to tie things together too tightly in a way that I didn't want to do anyway. But why did I have the initial problem where it was saying the same thing? Let's wire this back in really quick. And we'll just do like one field to try to understand. And let's also do this is the wrong file. Take you back out. It's you. Okay. Let's also bring back our cheeky little helper. We needed to, it was defect modified. And we could probably... Well, no, because there's other places that we use this where we want to control set state independently. We could say... If this doesn't equal the new state, we set it, right? We need on build. This is still watch app state. And then we'll do it on the name. And we'll say set unsaved changes true. Let's just see if that'll still throw that error. We'll do a completely new build really quick. Not you. Status effects. If I change that, I get unsaved changes. If I go away, I get my prompt. I can cancel. It comes back. I do it again. I can okay. I don't get my barf. If I was to not do this check, would it come back? I wonder. SFAX, dupe name, bop bop bop. Home. Sure. I don't. Okay, so it's something else. Now I'm extra confused. You should be avoid. Well, actually, no. We can put set state in here. I don't think we use it anywhere. Where we don't save. On changed, we do that. Set state in there. Oh, no, we do set state here. Different from that. Okay. Yeah, no, I was right the first time. We do want to avoid setting twice when we don't need to, right? Okay, so name we were able to do, no problems. Let's do description. Boop, 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 boop. And then we go okay, and I don't get console issues. You make sure till we get a new hot loaded here. Okay. And if I change both, doesn't worry. Okay, interesting. Oh, was it... Let's do our help text. Was it something to do with maybe one of the other child widgets? Bop, bop, bop. Still fine. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. We'll change all three. Don't apply. It's still good. Okay. Very confused now. You unchanged this. This is one of my, this is my checkbox. Will you cause the troubles? Nope. Okay. That's a checkbox. Drop down menu. Boo. No. Number picker. Have I overlooked? That's a checkbox. That one we don't change. Maybe it was in our buttons. Why didn't this have a set state? Probably because we get rebuilt. Maybe. Maybe. Where else do we have you? Have you at the end of reset fields? Reset you. And now you're reading only again. All right, let's see if we broke it again. Make sure we get a nice new refresh. Clicking the wrong thing because I was working in the map editor so long. I change some stuff and I go back to home and I go, okay. Huh. I don't know what I did the first time that was wrong before I started tying it together, which I didn't want to do in the beginning. Anyway. All right. Let's go make sure. I just go change a bunch of stuff. Whoop. Got a bug there. I don't think that's a... That's not a thing I introduced now. That's something else. Oh, but it did. Null is not a subtype of skill in typecast. So skills are broken in some way, shape, or form. That's a thing. We need to go fix that. But for the sake of testing... that seems to be broken. We need to fix that. Okay. All right. So that the throwing away the change or the warning on the change before throwing it away, that's working. Let me make myself a note here because apparently along the way when I fixed some stuff, I also broke other stuff. Bugs. Editor. Status effects. Drop down selector to switch to skills is now broken. Null skill, not an instance. Error. That's a thing we need to take care of. Then we also had damage per tick spinner. Editor, status effects, damage per tick spinner, not working. Okay. We'll circle back to that. Skills and attributes. Now, let's do... let's commit this before we forget to do that. All this broken UI stuff. I don't know if the Flutter UI testing is really going to be robust enough for this. It would be good to get testing around it. We'll worry about that in a little bit, though. I might put it off even further, just because UI tests are fragile, and I'm not sure that I like the UI just yet. But for this, warn on navigating away from status effects screen. I'm gonna go back. Warn. Yeah, with unsaved changes. That'll do. Push that up. Okay. I think we're done with that frame, right? Meow. These guys, skills and attributes. Let's go ahead. I think we're done in these guys for right meow. I think not you. I think I want to reorganize this a little bit eventually too, but that's for later me. You. Yeah. Wait, no, yeah, we're good there. This is where everything... If we need to refer back, we'll refer back to that. But I think we're okay. So skills and attributes being two different widgets on the same page. Let's see here. Left, right active. That's fine. I thought... I think we're good on this. I think we just need to change you inside of the edit panels here as well. Think here. Yes, but... Yeah, no, we're good. We'll just double check. Ooh. Hang on. Do we throw away, like, if I change this, bop, 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 Yeah. We chucked that. Okay, that's fine. Anything new about Flutter or Dart? I don't know about new. Making progress, but that's about it. How about you? Um, so basically when we toggle this, we need to reset our saved. And you could argue that we should also prompt you there. We'll leave it there the way it is for now. Or see, do I want to put it here? Because if I put it here, then I got to bring provider into this file as well. Or I could leave it in here. I can't put you in on init. I'm gonna have troubles there with provider. I think the real answer is that the parent should just control and preserve that state. But I don't need provider for that. I'll throw a late in there. Not you. I'm not going to put you there. You're the stateful widget part. We're going to put you down here where you belong. And then re-import because it deleted it when I moved it. Down here in build, app state, context, watch, app state. Get you in here that way. And we're going to do the same cheeky little helper. We're going to copy you. Because we need the same behavior. Trying to re-implement input chips sample from Flutter docs where logic is divided between 3 different files. Spent around 5 short evenings on that. Logic divided between 3 different files. Like the contents of the chip type 3 files or this we're also going to rename to unsafe changes as well, just because it'll be easier to look at. And then we'll do the same thing here where we set unsafe changes. True. Instead, all the places. That's a read. That's fine. That's a false. On apply, we also do form navbar. The refresh and also the apply. Oh, okay, yeah. For some reason we just didn't do you here. That's fine. You can be there. Business logic is not in one file, but divided between 3 files, which I find hard to follow. I mean, it sounds hard to follow. I'm not sure I follow just yet. And I'm not even looking at it. Okay, have we got all of our... yes, that's fine. That's good, that's good. Y'all use it. We're good on this one. We need to do the same thing for skills. Which doesn't live there, because I hadn't done that just yet. Need to reorganize these files at some point, but problems for future me. Unsave changes. Same deal, bring you over. Oop. Late. App state. App state. Get you imported. App state. Context. Watch. Oop, not widget. Watch. App state. And then one of them. Same here. False. Eventually, I'll probably just rewrite these guys because I have learned a lot of Flutter since then. But I'm not going to look too close because then I will be just in refactor circles. Okay, so that should get us the ability. Ba 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 ba. If I change any of this stuff and I go back home, it'll warn me. And then I go, okay, sure. Then it goes. Same here. And I cancel. And I okay. Perfect. Okay. Let's commit that. Barn on navigating away from skills and attributes screen. Save changes. Let's do... We could actually just hook in to here and use bum 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 context watch. Oops. App state, like so. Use our app state on our toggle button. Swap, here we go. On press, so instead of just directly setting state, we could actually prompt a show dialog here. But only if app state unsaved changes, right? Do. And then we can do our else can be the same. That's still fine and well and good. we need you to import, and this needs to be different. So on a confirm, it needs to be this fella here. And then I just have... I've got an extra set state in there. Nope, that's you. We do need you. Why are you not expected to find a closed paren? Oh, because show dialogue needed to be closed. Okay. Format it for me. Make it nice and pretty. And then we should left active. We'll just leave the default warning. It's probably fine. So we come in here. We don't. We do. Love getting things for free. Well, free-ish, right? Also warn of unsaved changes. It'll be good enough for now. When toggling between skills and attributes. All right. We're gonna not look in there too hard because it's old and ugly and I hate it now. We're gonna push on. It's good enough. It's working, kind of. We do need to fix those bugs. Let's wrap up the map stuff first, though. We don't want to get too sidetracked. We just kind of implemented that in there. Ooh, I also forgot. Hang on. You are in this one. No, I lied. This one. In here, we also need to clear that state. So, this should pop now. Yes. It shouldn't pop. It doesn't. I should be able to go home. Yeah, there we go. Clear the unsaved state when toggling. Okay. Beautimous. Back to life, back to reality. Map pane, let's tidy that up real quick. What do we have left to do in map? We do need to do our config file stuff. We'll put that off just a little bit. That's still a thing. That's still a thing. That's still a thing. That's all waiting on the server changes. Port res. Yep, that's later. Config stuff. Config stuff. Status effect edit panel. That is... for future me to worry about. We're staying focused on the map. This is not my to-do. That's a Flutter to-do. Nice. Okay, so I think we're actually... let me double check my notes. We might be done with the map part for Rat Meow. Oh, for room tiles, add a button to add new connections. Did we forget to do that? We did. Okay. We do need to do that. That's mostly going to come into play right now down here. In the future, though, it'll be valid. Even if you're full, even if you're connected to everything around you, in the future, we still want that button to exist because you don't need to have a neighbor in the future. We support the idea of like portals and stuff, right? We need to build the rest of the functionality for it, but the idea is there in the server and in the way the files are laid out. So we need to be cognizant of that. Right now, it is what it is. So we could do just like a little plusy icon there. That would be okay. We need to handle a couple different states or cases, rather. We need to make sure we don't already have a connection to that direction. Or do we? Do we allow doubles? We don't support that anywhere else yet. We're going to go with not for now. In the future, if we decide we need to for some reason, we'll have to do it differently. Which is fine. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like just the idea of a plus button there. Ooh, crap. This guy's a widget. This header is a widget. So we either have to duplicate him or come up with a different answer. Ugh. Don't like that. Or I guess we could modify him, but the only thing using him right meow is these forms. These guys use him too. But these guys aren't nullable. We look at... Let's see here. He'd be used over here. He'd be in the forms themselves. Just look at room, because that's what we're caring about, right? Meow. We already have... placeholder tiles, so we don't need it there. We just need it on the rooms. And then all of our machinery that exists already should update those tiles when we do the changes here. In theory. Yep, you should be a void. Oh, that's what I was going to do. That's fine. We'll leave it for now. Connection data form. So we would need to just add Location, connections, sidebar form field. Sidebar form field we could add to you. Oh, we did add you. You support this already. We just don't have you in here yet. Okay, okay. Look at me setting myself up for success. You just need a function. Get connection forms. App state connections. So I guess I could do. I think I would want. It's not you. Ooh, the other thing we got to think about is accepting a drag and drop for this. One thing at a time, though. Ba, 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 ba. Hang on, now I'm curious if I did something with that already. It's ready for it. Awesome. Love it when I help myself out. I'm thinking I might want to put the map state, give it a new connection, or do I want to... It probably does need to be in there so that anybody who's depending on looking at that can get notified of the changes. That's what I think. And I think that there's a couple things I want to do with UI around that, I think. But if I just, yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Actually, hang on. Save tile changes. Yes. Yeah, we're good. If we do that, right? We add you. Notify listeners. And then, if we do that, add a connection data. You automatically give you an ID if I don't provide you one. You create one. That's cool. If I just give you an empty one, except for I can't set origin and destination. If I was to make those editable, I would need to do validation on them, which wouldn't be the end of the world. But we do kind of get you for free. Except I also need to do... not here. I need to do that. And then you don't get saved until... Yeah. I could change... I could give this form a bool to make them editable, I guess? I could say that you're only allowed to connect from this. That makes sense. So the origin has to be this guy. Previously, we made you click on where you wanted to connect to. But that's going to be hard without an event system that works in the same way as Cogent did. Map state could... No, it couldn't. Because the clicky lives on the tiles themselves. Well, I guess, yeah, that could be fine. Set selected tile could intercept and decide what to do. We would need to give it some kind of a UI feedback. How do I want to manage that? Could do it through map state as well. That could be a thing. And say that the map needs to display something like up top here. I don't know that I love that. I think I would rather... I could set the title. Okay. That's an idea. What is the, Oh, no, we build the title. Crap. Okay. because this pulls it out of the list. Could change that. Where else do we use this index? We use you to update the data anytime we change dependencies. Is that it? It is, okay. We would need to... It's because we reach into there at that index and start changing stuff. That's why. Which is all well and good. I would have to change this anyway if I wanted to change up that as put the text there. I don't know whether I want to do that. Think. The other thing is I think I want to add this to the start of the list and start with it expanded, but I don't have anything to drive that off of just yet. Because that lives in here. Could add a flag, I guess. Same way we did for stage deletion. But how do you also cancel that if you're like, no, I didn't want to actually do that? We could set a selected index. That would get us our expanded behavior. Let's put that off for a little bit just yet, though. Do we just figure out what I want to do with the UI around telling them that they need to click? I don't want to I don't want to do like a modal or something. Could. Put it over here, maybe? Not sure that I can wire that up the way I'm thinking I could, though, because it needs to add it to Navigator, but then you're not clicking a button in it. You're picking a destination. I could do a drop down editor. I don't want to do that either, though. My origin needs to be what did I call you in here? Current data. Location. Destination is the tricky one. Unless here I was to do um I guess I could already got this lovely little expanded here. I could do you're already stateful, right? Yes. Valid drag. I could do actually I wouldn't do it here. I could do hang on, let me in my map state, let's do a awaiting connection. Destination click. You so when we click on this guy, if map state is not awaiting a click, else, so if it's not, then we set it like so, right? Meow. In here, wait that. This is nullable. So if you're awaiting it, then we do this. Just do a text for right meow. And otherwise it's null. All right. We could do something like this. Will your mud client be completely text-based or support graphics of some sort? Well, I'm building an editor for it that has a GUI. It'll probably have a mapper at the very least. And I've been thinking about things like adding like a paper doll for equipment or something. I might be open to, but it'll be mostly text, and all of that will be disableable. Like if you don't want any, you could turn them off. Would be the idea. Except for I did set state there though. Oh, because I didn't give you any way to notify me. Let's go with we'll set this and notify listeners. Got it. Nice. Gotcha. Appreciate it. And then over here, I don't need to set state because this is going to take care of it. Huge brain fart. Map state set awaiting connection destination true. Let's try that again, shall we? We'll go down to our empty guy to start with. Okay. So. Now. I don't want this API is going to have to change because we need to give it a thing. Or when we do our let me think here. Where's my set selected? Am I... There you are. Could say... If we're not waiting for a clicky click, we do this. It probably makes more sense to do this way, though. So if we're awaiting... And if we notify listeners anyway... Well, no, I don't want to do that. I would want to handle, because we got to handle differently depending on what we click, right? So it'd be in here. But then this gets driven off of that. We could put the start of our connection data in here when we click on this. Plus. And then trigger things based on that. What if we did that? What if we said not bool, but it'd be a connection data. It's nullable. If it's a new connection. So then we get rid of that. Yeah, you'll break. That's fine. I gotta go keep the good work. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that too. Have yourself a great night or day, whatever it is, your corner of the world. So I could, okay, so new connection, right? Okay, so add connection takes a connection data. And instead of just adding it, we say if new connection is null. New connection is data. Let me think here. I could, but I don't want to because it's less readable. And then I'm going to handle my cancel, but in set selected tile, case room data, I say if new connection, do I want to do not equals null here or equals null? We'll do it. No. If new connection is not null, destination equals selected location. You can't be null. We just checked you. And I think I can break a switch statement. We'll find out. Actually, then here we could say add connection, right? And we feed it new connection immediately. Now, which again can't be null. We just checked you. Otherwise, we new connection, which can't be null. We just checked it. We null new connection. I might need to do a clone here so that we don't have references to things. We null that out. Unsafe tile changes is true here, I think we're going to say. And we notify listeners of whatever our change is. Now, that... And then I don't have to worry about this. It manages itself. And it just tells me when I've added a thing. Am I insane? Let's find out. Probably want to make sure in here that we have an origin. So, new connection... it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. Okay. We need to do some things, though, in cases where we click on the wrong thing. Because right now, and we also need to support canceling. And using keys kind of sucks. Keys as in keyboards. Because escape is going to deselect too. Which I guess would work, but that's not really the expected behavior. I think it's in here. No. It's in the map pane. Escape handler. So in here we would need to say, which I get, this is still fine. This is all right. Missing a type annotation. You should be key event, probably. Yes. No? Yes, you are. You're just not... Catch up. I keep forgetting to clear the cache in this stupid thing. So here... Clear selected tile. Is that the only place we use you? Because that would be good to have... I don't think this is the only place we use you. Escape handle. Oh, it is. That and in reload map. Which we end up calling inside of here ourselves. Okay, so that's fine. We can null that. We also want to know you there. And because those are the only places we use it, we can say if new connection isn't null. Oop. Then we null it. Otherwise, oops, we do all this good stuff. Either way, we notify listeners. Make sure that I haven't shot myself in the foot here. So, I do that. I hit escape. It clears it out. That's good. I do that. I hit reset. It actually does both. Why would that be? It's because reset reloads the map. I think. Which is fine. I'm totally okay with that. Oh yeah, I did, Oh, you should be a double. Shouldn't you? Oh, if I used the correct syntax, it'd be better. Yeah, then you're going to complain because you're a double, right? I don't want you to be doubles. I want you to be ints, because it's going to make my life easier. Is there... So... No. Oop. I think they're just going to have to be... They've been doubles thus far, just no annotation. So I guess we can do that. I really need to remember to clear the cache in this thing so that this stuff hopefully stops happening. It just hasn't updated to... Hasn't reprocessed. Okay. I was looking at reset. Yeah, it calls close map. No. It does call close map. Why does it call close map? It doesn't call close map. Obviously. Calls reload map. I'm in the wrong. Are you going to complain at me if I put this up at the top? Doesn't seem so. Okay, good. We'll put that up there so it's easier to read in the future, so that we know what goes with what. Okay. Well, this one's gonna complain. Okay. Well, if you're gonna complain about it, I suspect as soon as it would catch up, it would complain about these guys too. I don't like it, but apparently that's what Dart would like to see. Okay, so we'll stick with the language's sort of suggestions, right? Opinionated formatting is a thing, and I'm a fan of it, because it makes all the code look the same. Makes it easier to read in the future. as long as you follow it. Okay, so I think we're okay to do that. So if you're down in here and you're like, I escape, and it goes away. If I set it, it's there. I can... Ooh, that needs to be fixed. Um... Why does it go back to empty? If it's just staged for... If it's new and hasn't actually been committed yet. Hang on. Oh. I've done a silly. Where is that selected? I don't think this actually broke. Interesting. When I reload, it goes over there. Ah, it's because this got set. Ah. I mean, we can check again here. If we are awaiting, click for a new connection. Don't clear, reset, etc. Make sure that gets reloaded for us. Come in here, go back to our corner of testing purposes. So it goes to empty connection. Reloading fixes that now. Or works correctly now, I should say. It's interesting that the drop down it disappears. The little carrot disappears when I do that. That's bizarre. Oh, it's because okay. Connection data form. We have a switch in here. It's because it is... No? It shouldn't be empty. Hang on. Empty connection. It shouldn't be empty. It's because these guys... Well, that's annoying. How do I want to deal with that? I can flip that around. Where did I wire up the delete to? Perhaps this is just a non-issue. It's actually here. Stage for deletion is true. So I could... I have map state in here already. Delete selected tile. I don't want to do that, though. What I do want to do, I think... So we're going to say, on pressed of delete... And do I have two buttons that I need to... I do, okay. That needs to get broken out. Yes, this should be a void. I just forgot. Probably don't need anything. Because I should have access. So I can say if... I don't necessarily want to do that, though. Let's do that. That's fine. False if you're unmarshaled, for sure. We just don't care about you when we marshal. That's fine. When I create you... over here... This is my pane. This isn't the editor. Here we go. Oh no, I couldn't find you. This, and except for... I'll leave that the way it is, because I'm going to let whoever provides it decide. So when we clicky... New connection is true. Okay, now in my data form, here's what we're gonna do. Oop. If data is a new connection, then except for I need to and we need a we need a helper here to just if I could type, there we go, to notify that it has been removed. So if it's a new connection, remove at index, and I have that. Otherwise, we do these things. And then, because I've pulled you out, I can replace the on pressed with delete connection, right? One of them. And I do the same thing up here. And it'll be much nicer to maintain. Okay. That should have been in the same place to begin with. I just didn't do it. Okay, so now let me reset the map here. Come down here. New connection. Bop. Ooh, you don't go away. Why don't you go away? Should have been set. Because clone doesn't clone you yet. That's why. So you weren't getting set. Reset that. Create you. Bop. Go away. Let's also in here up toppy top. Not you. You up toppy top. When we wait, where's my form? Let me leave myself a note. It's not remove tile, it's not sure if I want to handle that in a better way or not. Because it's update tile that should be handling. Where are you? Save tile changes. Because you need to clear it out of the map controller itself. So save tile changes. I could also just do... Yeah, I'm gonna leave it for now. Because I could also do like just remove all of the, go through the list and kill anything that is new, but you could have multiples open. You could be working with them, so this is probably the better experience to consume. So we'll leave it that way. In my formy form, where did my formy form go? Connection data form, you. I could make you an else instead, maybe. And say, if you're a new connection, my label text, we'll give you a label of a new connection. It's a little bit nicer. And you can expand that if you need to see more. It's probably okay. And then if you remove it, it removes. Okay, so now let's do something better with this. That needs a cancel button. But I need to use the restroom and get a new beverage because this one is just about gone. So let me take a quick break. I'll be right back. It's a good time for you to stand up, stretch out as well. Get a little of the butt-itis straightened out. So yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Ah, I'm blurry. Okay, we'll fix that in a second here. We get that going. We go here. There we go. All right. So, done with that down there. That's all well and good. We got our new connection, empty connection. Yeah, I'm okay with that, I think. Pretty happy. We need to get a better than that. And also account for when it appears here. Yeah, we already prepended, so we're good there. We want to do a little bit of spacing and stuff too. I think we're done in there. Let's do a commit. Double check here. Map connection model, connection data, room data. This shouldn't have broken any tests, but let's make sure before we commit them. Okay, good. This all looks pretty decent. Add ability to add a new connection to a room from the room edit form. Push that up. Okay, so we could make you look buttony. I don't know if I left that. We also need to, I almost forgot. We want to set a new, set unsafe changes. Which I guess we could do here. Oop. Geez, my, yeah, my brain. Mixed up the syntax for a for loop and just looking at the index here. So if we find a new connection in here, I guess we could say oh, actually, this is driven off of unsafe tile changes. I'm dumb. Because we set this up to really be tied into this map state guy. So when we do our new tile adding bit here, let's only do it when we set add connection right here. We do have that set. Why didn't you appear? Or am I just losing my brain? We also need to not allow that. Let me reset this really quick. That should be displaying unsafe tile changes. It's because I think here. That lives in this one? Yes. Map state unsafe tile changes is based off of you. We set it. Why didn't you get added? Make sure it's not holding on to anything here. Nice fresh start. Connect, connect. I don't have any errors coming up, do I? In the terminal that I minimized. Let me just do a complete. Start over. Make sure nothing is getting cached or, hung on to. Because from everything I see, this should be working correctly. Add. Clicky clicky. Noah Piri Piri. Interesting. It's because of that. Balls. All right. Too many things need to be checked. So, we're going to do it all in one place. We're going to do it first. Click for a new connection. Handle that first. Okay. Why did it wipe out my other... I just can't wake up today. Okay. A click for a new connection first. New connection is not null. Okay. We're going to bring this up here, but we're going to have to check you still. And we're going to also have to do that. If is room data, we don't need a full switch for that. Because there's only one case that works. So we do that. Actually, let's do that all around here. Else to do display some sort of error and clear connection bar. Okay. Probably a snaky bar, maybe. Okay, so then we get you like so. Let's go ahead and retry that. You in here. Ba 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 da ba ba. When I clicky, unsafe changes comes up. Perfect. Because if you click away, they go away. And that's correct. That matches the behavior of everything else. Okay. Let me open this. I didn't sleep super well. And it is clearly affecting me. Because I have made a couple of just colossally stupid typing issues. I can't words either. Okay. What is the... A couple different things here. Hang on. That's fine. The new tile fella here, the ag connection fella. That would be okay. So the adding of a new thing when I clicked on here is the trubs. I either need to differentiate here. I guess I can just we checked you, you're not null. If your origin is not equal to data origin. Well, crap, that ain't gonna work either. Because the origin will be the same. We can do the ID. Otherwise, what do we do? It's probably an error. I think. Yeah. I think a snack bar for this as well. That's what I think. Let's do the snack bars first. Let's look at the Docky Docks. Flutter. Snack bar. Display a snack bar. Create a scaffold. Ugh, fine. Except ensures that important widgets don't overlap. Except I don't want to do that. Unless I already have a scaffold. I don't think I do. It would be in map pane. But yeah, there's no scaffold here. I got layout builders. I mean, I could. Why are you tied to a scaffold, though? And then I would have to get the scaffold into the map pane here, which is another pain in the butt. And I don't want to. I guess the... Okay, actually, hang on. This might be okay. Because map editor has a scaffold? No. Crap. I could do that. Is that going to screw me up? So far it seems okay. Let's just make sure. Okay. And then because context is a thing, right? Context goes into my map state. Theoretically, I need to build the snack bar. Except oh, I can just do a const. Okay. So in here, let's do this fella here first. We'll say there's a snack bar with content of text that says invalid destination tile. And then we can do scaffold messenger of the context of this guy here. Show Schnackaba. Ooh, except for I don't have context in here. Why not? Um, finding provider context. That's the other way around. Provide context in provider, let's just say. And this is all for the other way around. Fine. Can I do... I don't think I have access to parent or anything like that. Could say, because you only get used in one place. That. And then this. Like so. And then wire that up. Like so. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Ba 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 ba. So I clicky. Null is not a subtype of type. Build context to function result. Okay. If I do this, because I just stepped on this context, if I do that, then it also could have just needed a rebuild. We'll test that, because it would be nicer to not. Okay. And then that still works. Let's just double check and see if that just needed a rebuild. It could have been. Could have been the case. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, it did. Okay. Yes. Let's make our error snack bar a little nicer. This should be a row for the basic reason that I want to center it, I think. Oh, there we go. Main axis alignment, center. Is there a better... I think I closed. No, I didn't. Okay. Is there a nicer formatted contexty snack bar? See, that looks way better. Why that one looks so much better? Snack bar. It must be because the color, the theme is flippy flipped. And I also want to make sure. Yeah, I am allowed to set a good one after I get the error. I wonder if I can do... a less than full width. So I should be able to do behavior, snack bar, behavior, floating. Let's see how we get along with that. You, clicky. Okay, better. Can I actually take my row out if I do that? No. But I should be able to do... width. And I don't have... I don't have constraints. Is there... It's a double. I would have to do... Well, I can't do that because you're not a widget. I can either hard set the width or... pass it in somehow. Ugh. Let's see here. Let's see here. Alignment center. Main exercise min. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So I don't do that. They're overriding. They made a custom one. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. The text widget. Background color. We could set the theme later if we want to. Theme data snack bar theme is used. Full device width less the margin. That's just crap. Like, why would that be the default? I guess mobile first. Yeah. Crap. And in the theme, material app. I don't know. If I can do this. Might be able to. It'd be kind of cool. There we go. And then in my theme data, let's see, what was it? Where did you go? I just read you. You were over here in snack bar. Width. Where'd you go? Content, elevation, margin, width. Here we go. Snack bar theme data width. Okay, snack bar theme. Theme data, snack bar theme data, snack bar theme data, style from. Am I allowed to do that? No. Okay. Oh, wait. Nope. Width is far. See how we get there. Oh, I didn't like that. Now did it? Width can only be set at behavior snack bar, behavior floating. But you are snack bar theme. You are floating. I made you float. Did I do a snack bar anywhere else? I don't think I did. I guess. I guess I would need to do that, right? Which I'm fine with because the fixed width bottom ones look like booty cheeks. Hopefully I'm not shooting myself in the foot in the future, but you know, yeah. Okay, so we can still connect to a good one. We could probably give you a little bit more. And then also Well, I'll mess with the theming later. If it breaks things later, we'll change it. For now, we're gonna go with that. But I do. It's not what I wanted. I wanted a center with the child. Brain fart. There we go. Let's just do, instead of that, we're going to say you only connect a room to another room. Okay. That pot. Worky, worky. We're done with that for now. And let's also say basically the same block of code here, except for here, we'll say finish creating new connection. Well, new connection already. No. Destination new connection. About click. Can't words today. What's a better? Finish creating current connection. Maybe that's okay. So you're or let's say maybe could do that instead. Oh, yeah, I clicked on it a bunch of times, didn't I? Let's do that. New connection creation already in progress. Find destination. Let's do that. We'll go with that. All right, so we need now to commit this. Show error snack bars when we click new connection while already in progress, and when we click on a non-room tile. Okay, we need to make this destination clicky thing better, because right now it's butts. I think that'll be it for this particular thing, I think. But let's do this. Let me map pane. We're done in here. Room data form, you. Bump, 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 bump. To do. This is butts. Make a better widget to tell user they need to click to set a destination. also needs a cancel button to roll back. Or to undo new connection setting creation. And that can be a great task to start with tomorrow, because I've been going for a little over 4 hours, and that is what I do. I stream 4 days a week for about 4 hours, starting today and ending on Monday. So thank you to those of you who came to hang out with me and work along and enjoy the process. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It was good to meet those of you who are new viewers. I'd love to see you again tomorrow when I start streaming at about 10 a.m. Central. But if not,